Hello. It is time. All right. What was I need to make this work with all of the... Right. I have to make it work with all the... with the physical skeleton enabled. Oops. So... let's turn that on. Whoa. I'm just gonna check that those are being copied in. And then that's actually gonna turn off now. And then I need to set up all these other ones. So Left, right, left, right. Is that the way I'm doing it? It actually looks more like it's supposed to be right, left. Right, left. But I think left, right's better. Wait, no. In fact, I actually don't make these at all. This is going to be created by... That is actually handled elsewhere. So I'm just going to hit rebuild. Got to tie my hair back. It's dark. Yep. I hit build and then I fix all the problems. Okay, setting count. Clear IK settings. So how do I want to interact with this? It doesn't seem right to... Well, actually, I think it's probably perfectly fine. To just clear... No. It's actually not fine at all. Yeah, I wish arrays just had like a better interface through scripting. Because I do think it's annoying that I have to do this. Because I want... There's a certain thing that I want to always happen every time you change the list. But if you're not literally typing setting list equals, this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. This is like an editor inspector thing only. That one will handle like, oh, if you move an element around, we call set. If you delete an element, we call set. When you do it through code, it's not going to happen. So that I can do that. I'm just going to keep clicking rebuild. Setting count. I mean, I suppose I can emulate it just by having a variable that's a get and set. But I kind of don't like that. So I'll just access directly. Whoa. Set root bone name. It's like that, right? Yeah. It's a string. That's a string. Then I have this whole list. Joint rotation axis. So, okay, so one of the things that this kind of handles for me is that when I set these names, the number of joints is automatically updated for me. So I need to figure out how I can deal with that. So let me just check what these do when I set them. They call bone changed emit, which calls update chain list. I mean, I suppose what I have to do is I just have to size them up whenever I try to access these. So I can just check up here if it's not large enough. And then I check part index. Then I need to I'd actually like to keep with like the set joint count. So the setting count, not what they set joint count. That does have to, I was gonna say that doesn't make this a tool. It's already a tool. So that's good. So I will just imitate the setting count. Here. And then I force the setter call. And that does a joint list changed, which would only come out here. Which is for update joint bone names, which is, yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. Okay. And then those do queues. Or do they? I guess they don't queue. Yeah, they need to call right away. So one of this one, it's here. If the index is greater than the size, set setting count to the index plus 1. That's right. And I may as well grab the setting, I guess. Setting name. Huh. Yes, it is a chain resource, right? Make it the right size. And then I just have to duplicate all these. In fact, I guess I can just pull the... Yeah, let me do that, and then I grab the actual setting. Rotation axis. These should match, right? Let's say XYZ integer. XYZ integer. Yeah, cool. So the default is 3, which is all, which is not an option. It's fine. Because I'm not using that one. I'm always setting it. Rotation axis vector. I don't even have that anymore, so that's just gone. Limitation resource. Copy it directly in there. And then I don't actually use this right now, but I wish I could have these custom names and this still be... Well, I guess it's because it's not marked as a right axis. And then it complains about that, right? Whatever. I'll just drop it, I guess. Integer. Done all those values. And then the right axis vector. I don't have a right axis vector, but I do have a rotation offset. And since I've cleared that up, I think what I want to do is probably go ahead and just clean this up immediately, because I know I'm not going to use them. Wait, what? Hang on. No, I've got myself confused. Res. There it is. Custom axis vector. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to drop that. One second. I'm back. And I didn't stop the music. Whoops. There was knocking. Well, actually, it's hammering. I was trying to figure out what was going on. Right axis, there's no custom right axis vector. I think I just straight up dropped this one because I don't want to deal with that. Because I think you're insane. Drop that one. And then that should be the only things I have to change. Rotation axis, limitation resource, right axis. But I don't even use the right axis either, so. Okay, now how far do we get? Set rest correction. Update IK rest rate. Why does this happen? Update IK rest rate. Resource rest correction rate. Okay, so this, yeah, right. I actually don't have to worry about that one because we're always deltaed. So if I look up the value, 45 is the default. This can just be set one time now, at the same time as the bones can be set. So let me check anywhere that I use. Wait. Where's it used? On IK setting changed. It's just resource changed. Okay. So I only have to do this here. There actually is now a conflict because I'm running it from the setting per chain. Hang on, is this per chain? It is per chain. Oh, and they've created all the resources too, which is nice. Bang. And all the joints. Bang. This part is not. Oh no, that's the angular delta limit. Okay, so never mind, yeah. Rest correction is still defined in that way. So I can just set it. And I will pull the resource at the up here. Because otherwise all this is kind of ridiculous. Because these are the same idea. It's in, it's a rate per second. So the defaults are... Why is the default different there? Rest correction rate? Where am I? IK modifier chain resource. Rest correction rate. Okay, yeah, I actually want this to be 360, 45. 0 to 360 greater 45, and then these are all the whoa. on my cable. 0 to 90. Oh, this is rest correction. That's way too high. What am I doing? This should actually probably like between what? Like this, yeah. Wow, I messed that up. I'm just gonna copy this bit and just paste them everywhere that I use it. That's 1 degree. Alright, I think it's good now. And then this doesn't have to be a method, because it's just fine the whole time. Rest correction rate 01. Rest correction 01. And it seems like it's now rebuilt successfully. With everything. So we're going to check IK modifier. All of these are set up. They have all their resources. The resources all make sense. Positive X, negative Z. These have the right thing. They're the tibia. Or tarsus tibia. Awesome. Rest correction being 45 degrees is insane. Just make that 1. Here. Yeah, I just need to reset all those. And then why are there targets here? Or should there be targets here? I think there's not supposed to be targets here anymore. Yeah, I think the targets are getting deleted. Those are going to be created when it runs, though. Now I'm actually a bit confused. How does... the legs... Ah, okay. So these are being tracked. I think I'm good with all this. Yeah, so I'm just going to delete these. So they can be kind of remade. And then... I'm going to delete these as well. I don't need those. It's going to fix all the legs, because not all of them are. 45 degrees is crazy. I don't know why I had that. All right. Don't care. Okay, so this failed. Which is odd, I think, because Is that really? Yeah, because these are supposed to make the target. I guess I say if not target, or... this? So that way this is going to rebuild it. So now when I hit rebuild, I'll clear this. The errors should not happen. No errors. All the targets reappeared. I hit save. I hit reload scene. Everything's cool. Okay. So the targets being there, not really sure about the targets being there. It's nice to be able to test the IK, I suppose. So I'll leave them. I'll let them generate. Though I think it will probably set... Default is like 0.25. Let's go for like point. In fact, let me... No, I'll just generate them like that. So I delete them, I'm gonna hit save. Okay, so I still got errors. Though I do wish where no path can be resolved between... Oh, there is a get path too. But then why did that happen? Unless it's this part, I'm not sure. There's some like, I don't really care. It's not, it doesn't really matter. Because the build doesn't print any errors. These are created correctly. They're here. That's all that really matters to me. So what is this extra line here? Is it like the bone direction? I think there's some rendering issue. Weird. What is that? Is that a joint? No, that can't be a joint. Oh, is that skeleton? That's probably skeleton. Yeah, it's gotta be skeleton. Cool. So now what happens when I run? I get joint info, joint solver info. I don't care. That's gone. Property or key transform a base object of null instance. Update. Is this, yeah, manual? Check that things are set correctly. Okay, now run. Ooh, okay. And right now I can actually check. I should be able to I should be able to change the settings on the legs and see the results. Here, IK. I should be able to change the settings. I should be able to turn on idle, so it will run in the editor. I can click here, I can drag this. It didn't do anything. I think I have to turn on use prior work. Still not doing anything. Idle. Ah, okay, no, I understand it. So if I turn on the skeleton, I'm going to see it move. Yeah, okay. So I would like then physical skeleton to somehow be able to move the parts. So I'm going to turn on active, and it's probably going to give me errors. Did not give me errors. Okay. I don't want to close that. I don't know what I want to close. I can probably close that. Don't close that. I can close that. I should be able to close these. Those are fine. Okay, let me go to this. I think right now chill out. Think about it and then say it. Right now, it won't do anything because it has not been set up to do any in-editor stuff. So specifically this, like setup body. Setup body will call in the editor. Do I have it enabled right now? Let me turn it off before I change anything. Okay, it's off. So setup body grabs a skeleton, and then if it's the editor, we get out of there right away. I think this pulls in, the chains are already loaded. So that's fine. So this will basically do nothing. And then it will always return early if it has bodies. If it doesn't have bodies. And the idea with that is that we just kind of skip doing a lot of this stuff. So let me check set a body again and see what has bodies does. This may kind of be unnecessary. This does call setup chain part process parts. It's a weird comment. Just gonna get rid of that. Maybe not. Nah, it's kind of a weird comment. Bone joint map. I construct priorities. I apply the priorities. Which I think I'd like this. I think I would like to not do that. What does setup chain part do? This is for collision exceptions, 3D server. Yeah, so don't want to do any of that. Don't do any of that. So yeah, this return here is definitely correct. I do that right away. So then I think right here, I probably say, let me go look at what chain update does. Part update, there's pose finalized, part on pose finalized. Ensure mesh bone instance, and then it just copies the transform to it. That's all it does. That's actually what I want. Does this do more specifically? Yeah, this is just setting things up. So it seems like what I really want is just to have this can just do nothing, but then crawler character, it looks like this. Crawler character probably just needs to make that connection specifically when we're in the editor, because then we return here. So if this one just sets this, if we're on, then I want to do that. That's all I really have to do. Hello, CS234154. Okay, reload scene. And I have to turn this. I don't have to turn that on. I should not have to turn that on. So why is it not running? Is there a return? If not bodies active, return. Oh. Okay, I'll do a check in here. You're making a 2D game? Nope. 3D. Sweet. Okay. So now I can see it. So why did I want that? I'm not sure anymore. Oh yeah, so I can definitely get the angles correct for what I want these to be at. That's why. So this I think is not far enough. So in theory, if I open up the angle or I make an offset, which is probably what I should do, this would be a z-axis change. So if I said like 10 degrees. Seems like they didn't do anything. It should have updated. And it looks like it didn't. So I'll check that it did not. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay, so where did that break? So I set it on the physical bone chain. I changed a part. I really want that to update. Part resource. Limitation, rotation, offset, update, joint setting, setting, changed, emit. So part 3D should be listening to these. To resource modified. Resource modified. This does not connect to IK. So chain 30, when this adds reload chain, we get a part list. This should set up listeners. Part resource setting changed. Binding on part IK changed. Joint setting. Why did this not run? Okay, so I'll print out. It might be a tool thing was missing. So I get a part resource, I will print I'll just double check this is definitely working. Right, so we got there. And then I check if it got to... Chain is like the only next place that I can go to. Which if it even gets here, then... If is IK enabled, return. I think I meant to say if not. Okay, that would probably make sense. Reload. Now if I change this, did it update here? There it is. Cool. All right, so now I can see. So I bring it over here, and it looks like the rotation offset's wrong. Which is why I have the visualization. -10. Interesting. -20. I think I'm rotating the wrong way. So don't do that. Cool. Offset shouldn't be rotated on the axis they restrict. Hey, Denelin. Want to buy art and viewers? Where'd you see that? Did you get a message like that? Okay, I understand what I'm doing. So this error. Okay, so I think it's probably because I'm applying the offset incorrectly. I think that's the case. I think I need to take the offset and rotate it into the space of this. Because if I see, looking at the y-axis, the global y-axis is correct, but this is definitely the bone z-axis that I want to rotate. So I do have an issue. And the x, I'm assuming, is also going to look like the same thing. It's going to be like a weird, yeah. All right. Good error. I'm applying the rotations incorrectly, obviously. And I just closed that file, so I have to reopen it. Isn't that what Twitch is all about? I will say, when I was first streaming and I didn't have like a chat rules that said like no solicitation, it was like almost daily. And I was streaming daily, and every few days I'd get someone coming along being like, I don't know, just trying to sell me something. I have not gotten like anything ever since I added that to like the channel rules. So it seems like they actually look at it. They at least will actually look at it and say, do they have a no solicitation? All right, so the limit rotation, the rotation offset. Yeah, so I have to rotate. I have to take this, put it into the bone rest space, right? So I probably just say yeah, I mean, I can probably just orient it. So I take this and I would, but then this looks really weird now, how I'm doing this. Yeah, because I definitely want limitation rotation offset to be relative to the rest rotation, 100%. So I mean, I guess probably what I'm doing is I'm just doing rest times, it might actually be to do it the other way around. So I start with this, I orient it to rest, and then I orient it to yeah, it should be like this. I think it's just supposed to be like that. And it looks like it is, because that has updated now, and it looks like correct. Okay, so I put the target way over here, and I'll just check doing this like 0, 10, 15, 20, 100. And then because of that rotation, all the other legs are actually messed up. Right, okay. That actually is cool to see that then. When is it? I think it's already affecting it. Yeah. Now all the legs are getting twisted. Great. Okay, cool. So it's definitely correct. I'll say probably 15 degrees. And then I check, not that way. Check that the front is still good. Yeah, so the front looks good. The Steam Machine is actually better than the PS5 as the PS5 servers run games at 900p. People have bought that. I think people should definitely wait to buy a Steam Machine. The prices of everything is just so screwed up right now. Okay, so then I want to check this angle. I feel like that's just way too high for the femurs. Why is the leg up there? Go back in there. So the tibia, I think either it's too far or it needs rotation offset. So I guess let me go down. Okay, yeah, I think it's actually just too far because that definitely too far. So I'm going to reduce that. 90 degrees is too much. Let's go for 70 degrees. Let's go for 60. This is so nice. This is so much better. Our scalpers make as much money as they can. Okay, 50 degrees. Okay, and now... Alright, so... Can we come back? Can we come back? There we go. Interesting, it got like stuck there. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. That seems okay to me. And then I think that can contract way too much. Okay. So this one, let's try 100 degrees. And then I think I need to spin it. So this rotates on the x-axis. So then I give a x-axis rotation. I still think it's a little too much. So I'll go for 90. And then 15. Okay, 85. And 10. Okay, that I like. That seems good. Save everything. I need to get rid of that print statement. Wait, what am I moving right now? Moving the leg itself. Okay, rebuild really quick. To fix that. Thank you. I'm gonna ignore that because it stopped printing. Yeah, okay. Check disk Bob. What do you call it that? Always making me open Discord. Okay. Cool. Alright, can I go back to the old skeleton? I kind of like to. Let me... You know what? Can I have the... You know, I'm going to put a button on the leg that will just reset that transform. That would be nice to have. Just give it a button, like reset target transform. Why don't the icons load anymore? What did they break? And I really wish that they would ignore tool buttons with an underscore. I'll just let errors happen. Target, set up target. Yeah, I think I can just do this. But I would like to check that. I don't really have to because you can only access it inside of the actual thing, so I don't care. Reload saved scene. I go to leg and I click reset target, and it broke. Index bone -1 is out of bounds. Parse error? That's nothing. Is out of bounds. Target bone ID. I guess I just do this. I just check. Excellent. And then Why is this the only thing Z fighting? Does it just need time? Oh wait, no, that's Z fighting too. It's moving, which is weird. Alright, but that's fine. And then I think I would like to use this lock on them. So let me remind myself what that lock is. Metadata edit lock. I don't need to make it a script. I can just click these and do it. Lock. But then technically these should definitely be locked. These should definitely 100% be locked. Yeah, so make it so that when this builds, is it locked true? Yep. Okay. I also want these to, well, their positions are managed by this. So I kind of also want to lock these. I think I would like to lock these. I think joints 100% I should lock. I'm going to say 100% I need to lock the joints. You should not be messing with this or moving that. Collision shape, maybe. Mesh, maybe. But they will be overridden if you actually move them. When they load. But I'll just leave those. Alright. Rebuild. I got some error. I got a lot of error. On base object of nil. I think I'm just being lied to, possibly. Setting list of nil. Yeah, I'm being lied to. So, reload project. Rebuild. Ooh, I'm not being lied to. So what's up with that? Why is IK node null? Also, that doesn't even make sense, actually. Why is... I have the resource, but I don't have the IK node? Why do I not have the IK node? Set IK. Let me just do print stack so I can see exactly where this comes from. Lots of places. So it's coming from the lambda, the build, build chain, reload chain. Crawler character then hasn't provided this. Physical skeleton build chain. I'm running set IK at the end. Okay, so it seems like it's probably the... My guess is the problem is somewhere around here. It shouldn't be calling it. So I'll just trace it, I guess. 383 chain. I set the skeleton. I can't set the IK because we don't have it yet, so I call it build chain. Build chain finishes and calls reload chain. Okay, I guess this is the point at which it's a problem. I guess it's probably these questions. Or rather, if I have the IK node. Hello, Dumpy Dawn. What are you doing? I am making a crawler robot. The chain root node did not get locked. I think it's just because that one won't. That one doesn't remake. Okay, but all these locked. Okay. In a friendly way, you look like Post Malone. Thanks. Okay, right, so here's actually an issue. The IK should be different. The femur part specifically needs to be different for the front and back. So, it's a little bit annoying. Because I would be duplicating this just to change the rotation offset. Alright, how about this? I'm going to make it so that there's a limitation as a... I'm just going to make a new resource, I think. No, I can't. I can't. And I should. You know him, listeners? Like, yeah, I know who Post Malone is. I've heard music. Yeah, I think I'd rather this be all this just be a resource because that is the only thing I'm going to change is just the rotation offset. So that's what I'll do. I'll make that specifically a thing. And then that's not an inherit, this is just a resource. It's not the same thing. They call it an IK joint limitation. Because, like I said, this is just kind of insane thing that there's this whole abstracted thing just to store a single value. What does it go to? 360? Yeah. That was crazy laggy. There's no need to go greater. I think the default is 90. And then I'm just gonna drop right axis. I don't need that. Rotation offset when applying limitation. Okay. And now parts will just reference this as the joint limitation. And I'm going to yeah, I'm just gonna call it limitation. Okay. So the reason I do that is so I can just make one of these and then I can copy these settings over. 15 degrees. I can just literally hit copy. And then I will save over, I will drop. Yeah, I drop that. And then I will save over this. This would be the femur front. This would be like the femur front left limitation, because I think the other ones are going to rotate. Yeah, everything is clockwise. So the left side, or actually that's counterclockwise. The left side is counterclockwise, the right side needs to be clockwise. The femur breaker? No. Can I differentiate those? The legs actually know if they're left or right legs by their index. The legs should always have their index set. I'll make sure of that. So the legs can look at their index, know if they're a left or right leg, and then I can't really do that because that's not how a quaternion works. All right, so I need, like, for the femur, I need a front right and a back left, I think. And then I need a front left and a back right. And then I need a middle left and a middle right. So they all... Well, actually, the middle ones are going to be the same. They're not going to have any rotation offset, in fact. Though I could make them have a rotation offset as a style. So their legs could actually... I'm doing it. Okay. So this is gonna be... I guess I start with femur. Femur IK FLBR. That's just kind of a crazy name. Yeah, because I want it needs to be counterclockwise at the front left and then counterclockwise at the back right as well. And then the other side is going to be clockwise and then... Wait. Yes, clockwise and clockwise. Jeez, I forgot. Not forgot, I just couldn't visualize that. What? Close these. All right. So it's the front left. I go to the front right. The femur, I will quick load. Ooh. Now I misunderstood again. This is stored directly in the femur part, which means I can't just change a sub-resource like that. Damn. That was the whole point of what I was doing, so I could change that and keep all the other settings. But now I see why that doesn't work. I would have to store it If it's going to be different per leg, I'd have to store it either in the chain. Man. Well, I guess I have to. Though that... Oh, no. How can I do it? How can I do it? How can I have specifically only the limitation be different for each leg and everything else is still the same? Maybe not possible. I could make it possible by having... I would have like a femur that is a front and back, and then a femur that is a middle. And then these have to read in... The legs need to know if they're left or right, and apply the settings correctly. But who knows the correct settings? The leg knows. The chain and the parts do not know where they are. So they have to be given the correct value, or okay. This would kind of require like a total restructure of how resources even work in the first place. Because then in that idea, what I would do is I would have this be like a template. I would like check a box that says, hey, I want to override this value specifically. And it would effectively create then a smaller resource, or like a copied resource, which shares everything with this, but it contains overrides. I don't want to code that in, so I have to just make the femur parts unique every time. Oh, that really sucks, because that's so bad. At least I don't have custom joints. What would I have to copy? I don't even need to copy that because that's handled for me. So it's like, I have this one. Okay, that's just crazy. That's probably why. Or that would be why. That would be annoying to change because I have to make sure all the femurs match up. This would be really annoying. The offsets of every femur individually. Front left, back right. Front right, back left. Middle left, middle right. That's 4. Yeah, the only way to do it would be to have some kind of a custom resource that can like fill the role of this resource, that is specifically just there to add an override list. I have that in like the zombie game files. I have something that does that. I have the engine modifications to support that, because that also requires a change to the engine to be able to have a setter for exported properties. To be able to call the virtual set method of proposed exported properties, I mean to say. An overriding resource has to process itself whenever it's loaded as well. So it's actually like several. Yeah, it's just like a limitation of Godot. That's like an embedded thing, a very deep embedded thing. it would be really cool if resources just had some kind of default, like make the resource an override resource, which effectively just makes it a new resource. It points to the other one and says, that's my base, here's my overrides. That would be nice. Yeah, okay. That's my only choice. Without doing all of that. Whoops. Make unique. This will be the femur. FRBL part. Why is that under? Whatever. Also, yeah, this doesn't even need to be here anymore. That's not necessary. Front, left, back, right. Hello? Make unique? Hello? Save. It thinks it's not a thing. Dude. What's the issue? Make unique. Okay, whatever. It's gonna be really mean and not let me change that. Negative 15 degrees. That does seriously suck. And this is front right. Why does make unique not show up there? Why does it not show up here? That's really weird. Okay, well, honestly, that's all I needed anyway, was just the 15 degrees, so... Oh, right. No, because then... I can figure the middle. Right, all that goes away. Why is it still there? If not... Oh. If not limitation return. And then I don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Okay. So I feel like if it's that, I'll just put this here. Rotation offset. I do have to get it as the axis, so yeah, that makes sense. That's all just error printing. Cool. This is named IKFRBL, FRBL, -15. Classic Amazon Peak tier. What is this title? What? Dude. I did like that show. I watched that with my dad. I thought it was really good. And it's still going. Although I think I have to like wait a year. The next season's like in a year. FRBL part. Front right chain. Wait, what? Oh, this one isn't saved. Save as. Femur. FRBL part. You know, I think some of these names are actually wrong. I'm gonna fix these paths. These paths are wrong. So many resources. Femur limitation. FLBR. Femur limitation FRBL. Femur part FRBL. Okay. I have to save this one. What? Okay. Femur F RBL FRBL FRBL. This is wrong. This is supposed to be the front left back right part. And then this is supposed to be front left back right. Oh, I can make unique here. Okay. They're messing with me. Front left back right. Positive 15. I made a bullet tracer that is mostly invisible and just as a squiggly effect to show where the bullet went through. Nice. I mean, that sounds perfect, I would say. Sometimes, like if you ever like look at the particle effects and like the textures that games actually use, especially for things that are like kind of simple shapes and are on screen for a short period of time. So they can be way simpler than you think. And they look really good, despite the simplicity. FLBR, FLBR, FLBR. Front left. Back right. I will hit save as because I don't know if I have it. Femur part FLBR. Okay. Now did that change this one? FRBL, FRBL, It did not. Good. Double checking. Okay, so back left and back right need to copy. Back left needs the back right. Back. What? It needs back left chain. There we go. I spent way too much time reading shader to remove a white line that was just there because albedo's a thing in Godot shaders. What? What? Like you weren't setting albedo or something? I gotta fix this. I don't know how I do it. I always put my hair in a way that like shifts it over to my right. And it is super obvious when I look at the camera, and I feel like my hair just sticks out way too much, and it does, because when I like check with my hands, it's definitely, or if I like look straight at the camera and then like turn my head, I can see it's like popping out this way, and like when I'm facing the camera. So, oh man. And I don't know how to, I have no clue how to make that not happen. And now I've got it turned a little bit too far to the left, but you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with too far there. Because then I don't see it. It doesn't look annoying. Okay, front, right, back, left part on the back left chain. Save. Why was it not letting me make unique before? It just wanted to mess with me. Back right chain is already using this one. I don't even know how that is possible, but okay. Okay, yeah, why? Because this part still exists in the file system. This is what everything pointed to, and now it's apparently not used at all. Oh no, apparently they are used. You're actually screwing with me, because you obviously are not using that. Is that in the other... Wait. No. Normal femur part, who owns it? Apparently, Big Crawlerbot uses these, even though it obviously is not anymore, because all of these are set to not that part. This even says back right femur, which is really, really funny. So if I just save these, they all should go away. I'll hit save. I should only see the proc. There we go. So I'll remove that. And in fact, I can get rid of proc now. Proc was the test file. I'm now on the real file. Delete. Now I just need a femur part, middle left, middle right, which just does nothing. Or I guess not really. Oh, no, no. I said that I want them to actually turn forward a little bit, and I do want that. So how far is that going to go? I get to click these and see. Okay, that's such a wide... What? Oh. Oh. I didn't update this script yet. Okay. Reload scene. Give me the errors. Joint setting limitation. And then these are going to change so that these actually use not this anymore. And then getting the script is hard. So here I'm just going to have limitation angle and limitation offset. I'm going to copy. I'll read this message in a second. I'm just in the zone right now. You're lucky you got a nice baldness pattern. I got the bad baldness pattern. Well, regardless of that, kill it, clear it, stop it, close it. 10,000, 11,000 errors in like 2 seconds. Yeah, okay. That's still lagging it, jeez. If joint limitation... Joint setting, limitation, rotation, offset, limitation, angle is less than 360 degrees. Less than tau. And then this is not these. The joint resource, I'm just obtaining a rotation. Angle is going to be what? Return row right. Limitation angle, joint setting, limitation, rotation, offset. That's literally all it is. Don't even need a whole resource for it. Did I finish what I was going to say? I will be going bald. Intentionally. But if it was like, I don't think I'm even old enough yet to really get there. I just have a big forehead. But if it did start to get bad, it would speed up my decision for sure. Or it would speed up the timeline. I've already made the decision. Okay, are we not going to explode? 19 or 16 errors. Limitation angle is limitation. Resource limit angle. Limitation rotation offset. Limitation rotation offset. Um, angle on null. Right. So then I hit rebuild. I hit rebuild again with a cleared error output. Angle on null. Oh, because some of these actually are null? How? Oh! Oh! I messed up. I forgot to do all of them. The ones that were also important. Okay, what did I have? I don't know because I do know because I still have them saved here and I can find it if I were to open it. Tibia tarsus joint cone limitation 1.484. $85 on the what? On the tarsus, 85 degrees. And then I think I had 10 degrees on the X. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I meant to fix those and then I forgot to do them before I deleted the things. Well, yeah, because I deleted them and I didn't commit them. I don't even have what they were before. 8727. 50 degrees. And I think this probably was like... I guess I gotta look at it again. Though I think the limitation probably has saved. No, definitely not. So reload scene. There we go. And that looks good. Wow. And then that limitation is just also broken. Though it shouldn't be. I'm going to assume I just need to rebuild it again. What the hell? Oh. Duh. Okay, substance definitely just rotated the wrong way. So then this femur part needs to be wait, because it would be... Okay, let me check this one. Alright, that's what I want that one to be. Yeah. This one I want to be Definitely not that large though, actually. Definitely just not that large. So I'm just gonna make it a new one. This is femur, heart, middle left. And then IK. Limitation. Let's make it 0. And then it's actually really annoying that that's not working. But because I have changed the resource, it might just, I mean, rebuild will fix it. Rebuild should fix it. Okay. So I just think it's probably way too open in the first place. And then I would like it to be even smaller than that. I'm changing the wrong resource. Undo. Yeah, keep undoing because I still have that. Okay. Make unique. Why do we still say because I just didn't update that one yet. Reset. Yeah, then it's just. Okay, so is it really not updating, or is it just because I'm changing the things that it's being strange? It's not working now. This isn't working. Okay. So why is it not working? Oh, because it's not doing it anymore. Duh. Um, the only problem is that due to how signals work, it actually continues to attach. So whenever this changes, I actually don't know the old value. Stupid stuff. Okay, so instead of connecting to that then, and then yeah, changing that just does this. So fortunately, bindings are limitation. Oh, limitation dot changed. Okay. So that will re-emit for that, and then I emit for this, and then now chain can just listen to that, and then join to limitation needs to emit change whenever I change these values. Which I wish I didn't have to do. And then I have to make it a tool now because Godot is just lacking some simple stuff. All right. Okay, so now if I hit refresh, that got spammed a bunch. Cool. So now when I change it, this should be opening. It's not opening. What? What exactly is this doing? Setting changed, connect to this binding. Setting changed. I think I have to actually reload the project because I think that's what's going on. I think it's not registered that I made that thing a tool, and so it's just not doing it anymore. Of course. Yeah. There it is. There's the proof. Okay, so maybe 40 degrees, 50 degrees. 50. And then I want to rotate forward. This is a Z, so I say 10. Negative 10. Negative 5. So I can reach forward more than back, and then I feel like that might even still be too much. I like how far back it goes, but it needs to be forward less. Did I go the wrong way? I did go the wrong way. So, wait, no, yeah, -5. I think that's probably too far too. Yeah, I think this needs to be a little bit more limited there. So, how do I move this? Whatever I change this by, it's half of the other thing. So if I want to take 5 degrees off that side, I have to take 10 degrees off. And then I need to move the whole thing 5 degrees additionally in this direction. No, I think it's like, that's actually might just be a super, that's the wrong way. Because I wanted to bring it back. I actually wanted to bring it back this way. So it would not be rotating this way. That would be... She's probably just leaving it the same, or maybe even coming back. So that kind of stays in the spot where I like it, and then this... Yeah, okay. And then for this side... Ooh, I didn't consider the legs can like overlap each other. Guess what do I have? I have 50 and -10. So yeah, now these can't intersect. Okay. So then I just need to make sure the middle right and then the other two are correct. So 45, 7. I will quick load. Middle left. Make unique. Thank you for letting me do that. Call it middle right. Okay. And then it seems like because I changed it, it's gonna be a bit weird. So maybe I hit reload. Middle right is marked invalid. There should be errors above. Does not cool error. Rebuild. I'm gonna get rid of the prints. Yep, and then this has to be flipped. Okay, it looks right. Looks right. All right, sweet. Those all look good. And then I can just click a reset target. And then change it to manual. Turn that off. Okay. Run. Trying to push the leg here. Okay, so yeah, now the only thing is I need to make it so that this... Oh, interesting. Okay. So... Oh, that's really cool, actually. Wait, how is it doing that? That's really interesting. I think it's the joint limitation, right? Yeah. So when we exceed that joint limitation, then it's like, oh, we gotta rotate back really. So that's why it deviates so strongly here, because we're beyond limitation. I might have said that way. We're beyond the limitation of what it can be, but because of the delta limit, it isn't like snapping back completely. So it actually looks well until we cross that, and then it has this like the maximum delta it's allowed to have. And then it should be that these let me go ahead and go to the main world. Test world. Lock it so it can't fall. Though I think it complains if I do this. It's like, oh, you're not allowed to lock all axes. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. And then I want to lock that one. Because what I want to do is I just want to push the legs around and just see if this is roughly the limitations that I set, or it looks like it. Okay, so I think this is definitely not the limitation I set. So what's going on with that? I may just have to rebuild, because I think the joints probably don't update, do they? Ooh, this one. Plus 45, negative 15. I'm just going to hit rebuild and see. This would be 60 degrees. It might be that I'm applying it in the wrong direction. I think that might be the case. I think the offset could be applied in the wrong direction. Whoa, what? Why are these different? $50 with 10-degree offset. 50 with with negative 10-degree offset. Okay, I think it's because these are doing their own check to figure out what they're supposed to be. So that's the problem. These are doing something strange. Bone joint data. Loaded bone joint data. Configure joint. Transforms. Okay, where do I set the... Here. Oh, it might be this. So I have a copy to IK here. That might be where it's happening from. Copy IK limitations could be wrong. It might just not even be working right now. That's probably more likely. Okay, yeah. I need it to be that these also change. I can probably also just like toggle this. And there it is. So my guess is it was the case that these used to... It is part resource and physical skeleton. So yeah, it used to be that when these changed, specifically limitation. Update joint setting. Is that how I got around this? Was the update joint setting then causing it to... Yeah, I would set this and then that would cause those setting changes to emit. Right, okay, that makes sense now. Okay, so really I don't have to do that. I just need to connect it to the update joint setting. So yeah, change connect update joint setting, change connect update joint setting. And I would like these parentheses to be here. All right, cool. And then they're not working. Why? Why would that not be working? This should obviously be working. Why? Reload project. I just don't believe you. I just don't believe you. I don't believe you. You've done it to me before. I don't believe you. Cannot call fine bone on null. What? Alright. Do we work now? Oh, look, it works now. Godot, why? Why do you do this? I kept clicking reload scene and it was just like, oh yeah, I definitely reloaded that scene. I went through and I called the methods that connect this every time this resource shows up. I sure did that. Literally not executing the code in the ready method. Literally just not executing the code. Horrible, terrible. So this is also supposed to copy IK. And this is also supposed to copy IK. But you know what? I don't believe you. Okay, I believe you. Cool. That did work. Well, no, I didn't believe you. I had to see it. I still didn't believe you. Um, did I have the tibia with no offset? All right, well, I'm going to check every single one of these because I have to. Because apparently some of these I didn't have that turned on. There it is. Evidence. I actually don't think I have to worry about these ones because I don't have these. Yeah, those are going to be good. I don't have to worry about. Wait, did I not save these? Why is it updating live there? That's really weird. I've never seen it do that. Oh, then these aren't actually saved to. So yeah, not to do save as. Just to be a limitation. Cool. Great. And I'm going to make sure that this is also updating live. Cool. I'll check that it's updating live. That should always be. Running a 31B model by simply running it on CPU. Okay, I don't. That's crazy. That you can even like type that message while that's happening. Unless you're not and you paused it to do that. Why does it not do that? These should be updating when they load. Like that should be updating when it loads. If I go to part resource and I go to copy IK, when I set the value, I call update joint limitation, which is really upsetting because it's obviously not working. This set should be getting called when it loads in the scene. That's what these do. Hi, Yulia. Paused what, John? I said, I said I would be surprised you can even type a message in like, I'm surprised you can do anything else. That's what I'm trying to say. While that's running. But of course, it only runs when you type in, when you give it a message, so it would obviously not be running most of the time. It's not like it's sitting there in the background thinking, right? It's an input output. It's like pressing enter on a calculator. It doesn't do anything until you hit enter. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't do it on load is just so stupid. And then these ones I don't have to worry about. These ones were handled by the front. Okay. So I'm just gonna hit, well, I don't think I have to hit reload. If I look at these, they should be, that looks correct. 25s. I don't remember what this one is. But that is definitely not what it used to be. Okay. I'm gonna hit rebuild anyway. Okay. Why? That just can't be right. I think the angles are just totally wrong right now. God, I wish someone gave a shit when they were coding that. Like, damn. Test it, please. What I'm complaining about is the fact that if I turn on these joints, and I look at them, they're useless. Why are we still orthogonal? These are useless gizmos. They don't work, right? That's just not... I don't know. Maybe they've like fixed them a little bit, perhaps. That can't be correct. Because that doesn't represent what the joint is doing, right? This should be like pointing down and show me like which way this joint is rotating. So I have no idea if I need to go through there and make everything negative again, or what I have to do to fix that. I just literally have to like... And then this part also upsets me. You see the nodes flash, but they still draw the gizmos. Why? The gizmos still draw. And in fact, I think I have... I made a... Did I make a PR for that? Is there a PR that exists for that? Did I git log? I can remember specifically going through that and like fixing that, because it was always making itself render. Oh, right, yeah. I have the fix for myself, but it seems like they broke it again. So there is a fix that I left a comment on that I was like, you didn't fix shit, essentially. You didn't do that right. So I wonder if they merged that and it's broken my fix because their fix was broken. And I left a comment saying, hey, this doesn't actually work. I think it works when you load the scene for the first time, but it will never clear the draw correctly. Yeah, I have a comment here. August 2025. Why was it not merged with 4.7? Added to 4.5. He closed, he opened. Archived. Wait, what? Yeah, like, why did he do this? 4.5. Just... What are these people doing? So why does my fix not work now? Because this is the code that I'm running. Let me see. It will be the same file. Join 3D Gizmo plugin. I'm losing my mind. I haven't even like, I didn't even open the code yet and I'm losing my mind. What? What happened? Why is it, what? Redraw. Clear. Not visible. Return. Why does this not work? Incremental update or redraw. Is visible in tree. Because I'm actually going crazy. I'm actually going so bad. Okay. Yep. Oh man, I've been ignoring chat. Bungie layups are here. Most of Destiny 2 team. Yes. Wait, 5.7 tokens. I don't care. Why is that so slow? Why is that so slow? Stop. Why are you so slow? That's like a minute. It hasn't even done anything yet. It's literally just scanning the files. Whoops. Whoa. Yeah. Hello? Didn't I have to set like... Did they change how many cores it uses by default for a build? It's not threads, I'm just, what is it? It's like J. The letter J. J underscore. Num jobs. Defaults to max jobs -1. They did change it. Okay, they're just making up num jobs. Num jobs is safe. CPU count is none. Okay. Safe for CPU count. The CPU count if CPU count is less than 4, otherwise CPU count minus 1. Okay, so my CPU, that's also CPU count, is a terrible name. There's a difference between threads and cores. Or sorry, cores and virtual cores. My CPU is technically 12 core, but it has 24 virtual cores. I don't exactly know if those are worse or not, or if it's like a technicality, but it still is actually 24 core. So that's different. I want to go look at that, because what did that say before? Because that used to be able to... Because that would actually pull 20... It would actually do 23. Where is this? 620. Oh, what, this didn't change? Okay. Well, I think I was doing like 18. I think it's probably like using 11 or something. That's my guess. Yeah, that's so much faster. Okay, that's way faster. All right. Yeah, I got like 2/5 of the way there in a minute, and I just got all the way there in like less than 10 seconds. Wait, no, it actually like light up here too, using 23 cores by default. That's definitely just a lie. Why was that so slow? And it's not like it was doing something for the first 39% here that it wasn't doing here. This was the exact same thing. It was checking, it was hashing the files to see what changed. I think it just actually bugged or something. Could they have bugged that? How could that be bugged? What's the history for this file? Because it did say 23. Definitely not true. It was totally not using 23. I don't even know how I would. I have no clue how I would even find that out. There's no way it was using 23. My CPU was at like 10% for like a minute. And now we're at like 50% with 18, with less cores. Also, I'm going to say it should be 2. They should take off 2 cores and not 1. 2 would be way nicer. This is still going to take 3 minutes though. Back is still so stiff. I also got, like... I kind of can't believe it, but I got sunburned, and it's like I didn't get sunburned. Stop moaning? Dude. I gotta stretch. Oh wow, look, they're hidden. Okay. So like, what is that? What is this? Why is it pointing that way? And what is this weird axis thing? Why is this render just so fucked up? Like I think they actually did have a fix. A fix, I say, but it's still fucked up. Because if I imagine there being like a virtual line here that points backwards, this is obviously wrong. Still, so like a virtual line pointing back here would say we can rotate barely that direction into the body, and then we can rotate very far that way out of the body. So I guess this just means I need to invert it again. Because that's what these used to do. These would invert. Or well, no, I will invert here. Oh no, I think I should invert here. So the lower limit should be the negative upper limit, and then the upper limit should be the negative lower limit. And then that would fix all these. But let me check this because I know that I probably have an inversion somewhere around here. Okay, yeah. The beam joints, I have the inversion. So here with these, where would I do it? I think I would just do it on the part resource. So the lower needs to be the negative upper. And this needs to be the negative lower. I mean, it's just insane that they love there. For some reason, they were like, oh, we love our counterclockwise on looking down the axis, whichever way that you want to interpret that. I'm just going to hit a rebuild. And those did not move. Do I need to reload the scene? Damn. Like, what is this, right? Like, I mean, this can't be correct. I don't know what's right at this thing. I just don't know what's correct. Because the tool is, the visualizer is clearly wrong. Because I just shifted it and now it's like even worse looking. So it's just crazy. Doesn't make any sense. Hey, but you know what? That looks correct. That's actually how it's supposed to be. Yeah, it is supposed to look, that cone is totally useful, right? I mean, just look at it. You can so clearly tell what the angle is meant to be here. If you just look at it. Right? Like, no, like, I can't, there's no interpretation of what this means that's correct. Oh, if I flip it over, then that's the angle. No, because it would go too far in. Okay, so draw a straight line and this is the angle. No, because it would still go too far in. Like, this just needs to be rotated way over here and flipped inside so you can actually see. Gosh. I don't know what they're doing. I feel like they just don't test it. I don't understand how they could do this fix and it still does not represent what the joint is doing. I don't know, maybe in some crazy way, if I flip this around, it works. So if I make it do this, and then this is the crawler bot. No, it's just exactly the same thing. So they just don't know what they're doing or something. These guys must be vibe coding it. What are you doing? Why does it look like this? Why is this line pointing over here? What does that line even mean? What is this line? Why is it there? Why is it not straight down? And like also just why even draw the line in the first place? I mean, I guess the point of the line is that if you have some angle here, you can see where like the halfway point is. But then draw it on both sides. I mean, I think they did a fix where, because normally what would happen is this would like display two different pie wheels and both of them would just be totally not correct or useful. Now it only displays one and it's still just equally unhelpful. In fact, I would say this is even worse than unhelpful because this doesn't make any sense. I don't know how to interpret that for this to make sense, for representing this swinging that way. It's like maybe rotate it 45 degrees or like 60 degrees and maybe it kind of matches. But it's useless. And it's beyond useless, actually. It's like a hindrance. You can't look at it. You just gotta know. You just gotta look at these and say, yeah, I know which way is. I know what increasing this value does to the joint, and I know what decreasing this one does to the joint. Sanity. Useless. Worse than useless. Alright, so do these... Didn't go back very far, I went forward pretty far. That's good. I did manage to hit these together, that's... Yeah. That goes about there, that goes there. cool. Can you not? There we go. I'm trying to contract or pull that leg in. Okay, that seemed like it might have been fine, though it's hard to tell. All right, now I think I have, I was gonna say like resource cleanup. I think I just did the resource cleanup. It's building with a physical skeleton now. This still doesn't load correctly when we started, which is really upsetting. And I can't use my custom mode because I want this to be a real add-on anyone might use. But then I can't because limitations of custom resource. It's just stupid stuff. Dumb stuff. Dumb. In fact, I guess it doesn't make sense for this to be a resource at all in the first place, right? If it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it's useful in the sense that if that's the only thing that I mean to change, then I can duplicate one and then just set it. And if I change something, I can say, all right, copy, paste, save as, and then paste, and then set the one that I wanted here. Oh, and right, the custom joints. I need to run the custom joints and test those now. Those I think should be adding to the tree when I hit build. Okay, I didn't get any output. And then here's the beam joints. Turn on the debug. Okay. And then yeah, these are really only for pitch. All right. I test now. Ah, okay. So the femur is not allowing this to turn right now. Tibia beam FB joint. Okay, so I just need to know what it would be. The Z axis. Okay, Z axis. This is actually odd. I need to double check the script for this. So Z obtains the pitch, X obtains the roll. Should I just make it so that those aren't flipped? Why did I have those flipped? I had them flipped because something else did that. Something else was doing it. I think I did that because it would match the bone rotations, but I think it doesn't make sense just to have that. So, yes. And this is the place where I saw where I had the inversion too. So I'll just make it. So these do. Let me check where I use it. Oh, that was happened to be line. Anyway, so it's only there. All right, so I will change these. And then technically I need offsets. Not really. They do just, okay, I should have offsets that match. So let me look at these custom joints. It is just literally that value. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to have an offset, and this offset will... Okay, well, not really. I just need to copy in exactly what I know the what it's going to do. Though I think these are managed, right? No, it was if I turn on... If I turn this on, it's an offset and it tracks via a bone. So I get body A position plus body A offset. And this offset is given to me when I create it. Wait, body A offset. It's an export, but it's on the thing itself. So if I look at these, I should see the body A offsets. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so really all I have to do is just to make it so that the yaw is going to be correct. And the joint gizmos is just like too big too. Honestly, just way too large. Okay. I just want to check this is definitely just straight over the top of that bone. That looks really pretty much just straight over the top of the bone. Okay, so pitch, I don't want any pitch, so I'm going to take those off. Why are you complaining about a default value? There's no default value. There is a default value. And it should be nothing. So really, I'm just kind of looking like how far up, how far down. So I think down, I probably can't go more than 12. So I say 12 degrees. And then up, I can probably go... I actually want to say 11 degrees. And then up... Yep, 15 degrees is probably good. And then I have the expand and contract limits, and I couldn't figure out how I determine what these should be. I had to do a lot of testing to figure that out. It would be kind of nice if I could run the physics sim in here and be able to move things around. Okay, but y'all, I know what it should be. It should be the same as this. This one. So I'm looking for 35 up. No. Nope. I am looking at because I'm flipping it, it would just be the opposite of this. So 15 up, 35 down. And just to understand it, 15 is clockwise. So I'd be like doing this, right? Clockwise, so counterclockwise. So 15 like this. I think, right? And then 35 down. And that should match this. 15 up, 35. Yep. And then when these construct, they're actually... Oh, I think they're actually wrong, too. It should be... Because each of these has to be different in the same way that I have the front, back, left, or the front, left, back, right, left, middle, right. Okay, so I need to go, I just need to go to the legs and fix the legs here. This fucking thing. I'm just gonna do, yeah, I'm gonna click make unique, save as. This would be tibia, beam, front left, back right. God, I hate that. I wish it wouldn't do that. Okay, custom. This custom joint. Yeah, I just don't remember which ones it is. I really don't. Yeah, I think it really is. Oh man, I can't remember. Can we get out of this? I think it is supposed to be looking at it from this, from where the arrow points. I sit on this side and I go counterclockwise for the direction that I want to go. So if I say counterclockwise is up, clockwise is low, right? So counterclockwise, probably like 20 degrees actually, right? $20 degrees up, 11 degrees down. That's what I want it to be, I think. But I have no clue if that's actually going to be correct. when it goes in there. And then the yaw. Looking at it from this, clockwise is down, counterclockwise is up. So counterclockwise should be the larger angle. So up should be the larger angle. And I don't have that as a larger angle. So is up... Oh, wait. This is the left side. So I'm just looking at the left side. Yeah, up would be the larger angle because when I save it, I flip it around. Counterclockwise is up. Yeah. Counterclockwise is up. I think the reason that Godot does it is they say you're supposed to look at it from this. You're supposed to look at it in the same direction that the arrow is pointing. So, and I just think it's kind of ridiculous because what that would mean is, yeah, what that would mean is I have to look at it from this side, and then clockwise is, or counterclockwise is up, and then counterclockwise is low, right? So make the lower one the larger angle. Yeah. Which I think is just a dumb way to do it. No one's ever looking at the axis from that way. You're looking at it from this way when you're typing these values in. And that's the expectation. So here, if I flip it around, up is 35, low is 15. Up is 35, low is 15. Also I'm in the wrong place. Up is 35, low is 15. Up is 35, low is 15. Yeah, right? Because I think I've just changed it. Up 35, low 15. Yeah. Because I'm on the left leg now, not the right leg. So looking at it from this way, up is counterclockwise, low is clockwise. Looking at it from this way, up is counterclockwise. And I think it should be 20. Oh, and it like aggressively snaps it back too. Okay. Tibia. Beam FB joint. I guess I was supposed to... Oh well. Don't save it yet. Front left, back right. That had a typo in this one. It said front right, back right. Should be front, right, back, left. I'll just verify. Low is clockwise. So it should be 35 here. And it should be 15 here. Is it 20 and 11? And 11. Every time that happens, I'm just sad. This is the front, right, back, left. Then I'll have to rebuild. This is the front, left, back, right. Why? Oh no, it is the front, right, back, left. I just have the names. I didn't fix the name. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Low is clockwise. Okay, now for all the middle ones. So this is, I would just flip that around. Literally every time this happens, I'm gonna cry. Cry inside. To BB middle left. Can I type in save? I can type in save. But it still leaves... Really? Yeah, I think we got a really good one there, actually. It is pulling save because of SAVE. SAVE. Instead of pulling up the one that matches the whole word, we're going to pull up the one that has them split, the letters split like that. So this is still barely helpful. I would actually say probably just not helpful. I mean, I get the reason for having those also pull up, but it should be ordered so that the exact word matches and letter counts are prioritized over, oh yeah, if you take this letter, and these two letters, then we can make the word. They're sorting it alphabetically still during the search, which was wrong. Like, that is the kind of thing that I feel like you code that, you try it once, and you're like, wow, that sucks. Let me make it order by precise word matching first. And turn off the alphabet ordering. And then bang, then you... Like, that feature comes out like that. Not the feature comes out and then we fix it and make it actually useful. And I mean, that's even the case where I'd say, all right, what is like the worst thing I could do? Oh yeah, I can make it be object. I make an export for object and I try the search thing. So it's literally searching every single thing. And I test a few things. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And then I would probably notice, hey, you know, why are we putting the save, load, quick select options beneath the choices? Because if there's a lot of choices, then that's going to be annoying. This is a small list. I'd rather these options be above new every time. All of these options should be above new every time. Oh, you can change it yourself. It should have come out that way. They should have programmed it that way from the start. Because otherwise it literally just feels like they're checking a box. Like, oh yeah, we get the search feature in there. We tested it and we did not even care about its usability. As long as it worked. Roll. Yaw. So this one needs to be the opposite of whatever this one is. So 15.5 upper. And then 29.5 lower. And then I'm going to check that that makes sense. So clockwise, lower should be the large value. Right, lower is the large value, and then upper is the small value. Upper, small, lower, large. Good. Also, I'm realizing I'm changing the tibia joint. So that means the tibias all have to be unique too. Sad, sad, sad. Overrides would be so nice for resources. They'd just be like a little small, like a sub-resource. Okay. I'm going to sit down, finish typing these up, and I'm going to get food. Because this is super tedious. But I should probably finish before I get food. Oh man, now I need to put this on the other side. Let me just go to the other side. Go over there. Thank you. In fact, this is probably better because I'm just clicking back and forth on these and messing with the inspector specifically. Well, now it does look weird being on the side, but I can see it way better. Right. I at least have some shared stuff, but this one's, it's actually just making me sad now that my attempt at abstracting it this much doesn't work because I'm changing these specific values, which changes it for all of them. So I have to make all the resources every time. It's still less resources to manage. But now it's like I have all the tarsus are the same. I would have 1, 2, 3, 4 tibia and then 4 femur. So I have 9 resources. It's still less, right? Otherwise it would be 18 parts. Instead now I have 9 resources to keep synchronized. Mostly just with this stuff. Like if I ever change these physics things, I mean, I guess the actual, you know what, maybe it would be better to have these bits as resources instead, because then I can actually definitely share those. So like this could be a 1 resource, and this is just the tibia part mesh resource, or tibia part visual resource, tibia part physics resource. And now I'm going resource crazy, I think. But that would reduce it a lot. That would reduce how much I have to manage by a lot. I think at least doing the... Yeah, probably doing the collision shape and the visual as a resource, or the physics and the visual as a resource would probably be better. I guess it's also an issue with this one because if I have a single one of these that's missing that, I have to check 9 things to make sure all of them have this turned on. They all have the signal, instead of checking what should be just 3. Okay, that's going to be the next thing I do. Once I get all this set up, I'm going to make the visual and the physics a combined resource, so I can share that between all of them. Because this is always the same for each of the 3. This is actually always the same for all of them minus the collision shape. The layers, the material, I mean, it would just be 3. So yeah, for managing this 9 places, goes down to 3 places. Managing this 9 places goes down to 3 places. So that's pretty good. That would be pretty good. Okay, tibia beam middle left. Tibia part middle left. And then I guess these names are probably bad. Tibia part middle left. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got that right. Or do I? Oh, no, I don't. If this is tibia beam middle left, I'm going to verify the name. Yeah. Then this should actually be 20. No. Not that one. This one. 29. Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, middle right. Set up the whole thing. It would have been faster for me to just scroll. So I should just have to flip these two around. 29 upper, 15.5 lower. Yeah. Tibia beam middle right. And then these ones, I should just be loading, I think, the front, because so tibia part, front right, back left. That's the femur. It's fucking with me. Reload project. That menu gets fucked up and it just doesn't show the right name. Like it was one of those, but it had the wrong name. What? I just said this is the back left. It should be shared with the front right. Tibia parts. Okay, so what's up with this? I just forgot to do this one, apparently. Yeah, sure. Okay. Annoying. Explode. There's so many stupid things happening. Tibia. I didn't save tibia part front left, front right at all. I think it's because I only realized while I was doing this. That might be it. Tibia beam, front right, back left. These are genuinely annoying to work with. No, 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 no. Left, back, right. Upper is counterclockwise, lower is... What? Upper is counterclockwise. Lower is clockwise. Why is that wrong then? Because that is wrong. It's supposed to be the opposite. So upper should be the higher, lower should be the lower. I guess I just had it. I don't know. What was up with that? I remember if these are saved, then I don't trust it to save correctly, so I have to manually click save. Front right, upper is counterclockwise, lower is clockwise. Good. Front right, back left. Just going to do quick load. Front left, back right. Upper is counterclockwise, lower is clockwise. Good. Doesn't seem far enough. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem far enough. Yeah, I think definitely not. It's not far enough. But it is correct, which is weird. Okay, 35. I mean, I guess that is right, isn't it? Huh. That seems way more open, though. Why did that one not move? Oh, did I not rebuild it? That's probably exactly what it is. That's probably exactly what it was. I had to rebuild it. Yeah, because I should be able to get these two really close together. And now we're upset. Transform on null. Right. I forgot. Turn that off. Back to manual. That looks good. What the fuck? Fuck. Ah. Right. Right. Tibia part. Front, right, back, left. Stupid me. Okay. Good. 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 Great. Okay. I save this, I send this, and then also I think I need this. If, yeah. And then I should have some resources that are not used now. Like anything just named part. Except for Tarsus. The tibia part should be deleted. Tibia limitation is the same everywhere, I think. Joint cone limits? That's not used. Yeah, all the joint cone limits can go away. Tibia, this one goes away. Okay. That should be a lot. Right, edit locks, visual, deleting a random comment. Correction rate changed to reasonable values. Much cleanup there. Cool. Then I should also see no sub-resources. What? Oh. Is that a bit much there? Is that a bit much? That might be a lot. I could make it so these don't save. I could. Because these are created and then modified by the legs when they set up. Let me check to see if these are always being added. Go back over there. On part IK changed. Set IK. Okay, this will do it, and then if IK node exists, it will save it. And IK node should be a hidden export, right? It is a hidden export. Okay. So I think what I can do is I can probably have a setting on... It's not a setting that I like to do. You know what? I'm not going to do it because it only works if you specifically have this 3D scene open when you hit save. So if I ever have this thing open and I'm working on the script and I hit Control S here, it's going to save the whole thing anyway. Essentially what I was going to say is I could have a Boolean switch that just says, hey, you are going to be fully managed, so don't even save your resources. And what would happen is the IK modifier gets a call, a notification when we're being saved, and it can drop that resource or drop this list temporarily to like it can just save it to a temporary value, call save, and then reapply it when the save is over. I've written code like that before for like some for like the sky resource on Zombie Game, but it was the same way. It would only work if I had the 3D scene open when I hit save. So if I was ever in a script and I think it's actually if I'm in a different scene, it would not do it. So I have to have the scene clicked here and then hit save. I think maybe having script would still be fine. But I remember there's something where sometimes when I hit save, I would open up the diff and it would like have outputted an entire resource spam, and I'm like, no, don't do that. And then I like click the scene and I hit 3D and I hit save again. So I won't do that because I don't want to. It's fine. It's fully managed. If the resources exist, it shouldn't be changing their IDs every time. I guess I can check that it wouldn't be changing their IDs, but it shouldn't be changing their IDs every time. Whoa, why is the scroll so weird? Yeah, there's just a lot of resource spam in there, kind of. Yet again, with resources moving randomly. Nodes moving randomly. Just changing their, like, position transform by literally just changing this 4 to a 2. And that's all it's done. Stupid stuff. Changing this 31 to a 32. Changing this 194 to 195. These are supposed to be 0 anyway, because this is effectively 0. So insane. It's a lot of change, though. The mass. Wait, the mass went away. Why did the mass go away? Tarsus part. Why? Yeah, why did the mass go away? Did I... Do I have to retype that every time? I do. Okay. So when I run build, I need to make sure that the mass gets set. I think that's probably what the issue is. It's not setting the mass when we rebuild. Although ready will do it, but I'll just do this here anyway. Update body mass. Though it is the case that rebuild changes the node IDs every time as well, so that actually will be a bit annoying. I know that those both needed to be negative. I just knew. I just knew. This should be... That should be a new line. I feel like I've deleted that extra line before, and then I said I actually like that extra line. Let me look again. No, that extra line should be gone. Yeah, that one should be gone. And then this mess of a thing. Mass is gone again. Why is the mass gone? Is there a deferred call here? They're not set. Set body femur part FRBL. Femur part or FLBR. Femur FLBR. To 0.242. I don't see that. So what are you talking about? Because it's not there. Invalid custom TypeScript removing? Oh my god. What? BTIY. Is that really not what it is, though? It's BG. What? Is it using... Part get script as script resource path. I'm just giving it a hard restart. I don't know how that's possible. It literally opens that file, the file that I just looked at. It opens this file, reads this text, converts this to a number, and returns that. That's how this works. So then I take that number and convert it back to the text. So how could that be, how could that process do that? And now it's not an invalid type. Like, what are we fucking doing? And why is it still lying? It says it's setting the mass and then it's not setting the mass. Because it just doesn't set the mass. Are these the old ones? These are the old ones, my guess. So the body comes from bone part map. Skeleton get bone part map. What needs to happen is that whenever I call build chain, that needs to clear when I call build chain. Queue setup. Okay, so setup called deferred bone part map. Okay. So then I need to say here this needs to be a deferred call. In fact, I can actually, because it's a queue setup, I can just call setup myself. Yeah, I'll just call setup myself. Well, I guess not. Huh. Because then I'll just call it twice. I don't want to call it twice. I'll leave a note for it. Yeah, I can't believe I was getting fucked with on that. I don't even know how UIDs can be that long. That UID looked like it was extra long. Like it was a much larger number for some reason. Like it had... What? Wait, is that not the error that was printing? BTIY? I literally said BTIY. What? It just gave the part resources the same UID as the joint limitation cone 3D, as like this exact file. It gave it this. I said BTIY. And then I looked the file. Godot is a mess. It's actually a mess. I can't believe that. How does that even happen? Also, why does this keep happening? If I have strings anywhere, it does that. Okay. I gotta go get food. So all this is here. Right. Parent ID path? What was that? What are these parent ID paths? Why did some of these have that? What? Why did this one have it? And then it went away. I don't know if I've ever seen parent ID path before. Is it like if I were to do a reload? Okay, before I try it, I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna send this so I can see if it changes. What is this? Wait, the beams all got added. Yeah. And then I hide those values specifically from the editor. Though technically I shouldn't even, whatever. I shouldn't even have them be saved because they would just be loaded from the resource, but because the node actually uses those values and I don't have any way to, I mean, I guess I do. I could make those hide the angular limits. Let me check the ready method for beam. Q update joint. It will settle these values. You know, I kind of want to say like the beam joint should probably just hide everything, shouldn't it? And it should not export these values either. I want to hide everything in there and not export them. Linear or angular. And I'll print out which ones I'm hiding, so I could probably be more specific and be like angular limit. Wow, that's a bunch. But those will look correct. Okay. So I've cleaned that up. So they won't show in the editor. They don't show in the editor, and they won't be saved because they will always be applied by ready, which will queue the update. Actually, should ready even do that? Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just thinking, like, does defer like span frames? It does not. Anything you call defer is gonna happen before the frame ends. So the joint has already been built because it's a subclass of it. It's already built it. This will just keep running until it's ready. Okay, so that's good cleanup because that would just be a mess for no reason. Yeah, all the IDs change every time I build. Nothing I can do about that. Honestly, the unique ID shouldn't even be there. I don't know why those would be there. Putting like hashes next to things does not make sense. Only reason you should do that is for versioning. And only reason you would do that is you would have them in like one place. Like the whole file has a version hash, so you can tell exactly when it's changed every time. But then you probably wouldn't put that on disk. because then you end up with git diffs that do this where nothing changes, but I guess the name changed actually, or the path. But otherwise, if I hit rebuild, then it's gonna like change all the unique IDs every time. Hi Yulia. What did I miss? Just a bunch of tedious stuff. Setting up the resources. And then I'm looking at all these, making sure everything looks right. It's just so many things. Deleting all those. Okay. Oh. That's what happened. Why? How did a resource get a custom TypeScript? That's what it was. That is so strange. Is that doing it to all of them? No, because I was clicking around and that was the only time that happened. Also need to get rid of that because I know that it's safe now. 1008. Jeez. Yeah, I need to click around these to make sure these aren't, one of these aren't hiding something. Okay, so yeah, just literally for no reason at all, it seems like, I don't know, maybe I clicked and dragged something in there. I don't even know how I would do that because not even a property I can change. It starts with an underscore, which means it's hidden from the editor, so there's not even there shouldn't be a way for me to even set that value or change it. I have no idea. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It just threw in a custom TypeScript as if this was a node, but it's a resource. Resources shouldn't have that. This is a node only thing. Invisible leg gone. Invisible leg gone. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, please. I can't hit the keys I want to hit. Can't care about that one. I will send this one now. Bungie doesn't need cinematics anymore because they laid off the entire team. Right. I get rid of those dumb defaults that I don't know why I added those. Did I what now? I just typed in the name of the... Set joint count. The code just... Also, it's like I was counting this earlier and saying, oh yeah, this could have been like 5 lines of code minus these 3 for the conversion, and now I don't even have a conversion anymore. And also I've actually taken off 1 line of code here. So really, whatever. I wonder what that cinematic team was doing before they got nuked. Who knows? I don't think I'm going to send that one. I'm not going to send that one. Okay. Any untracked? There's that joint limitation that I need to add. Alright. Tons of stuff. Nope, no. Not that. Not that. Get log. I should have a whip. Git commit amend. Oh, we haven't made anything in a while. Are we safe? CPU 100%, but it stays around 40C. Nice. That's good. Whoa. I'm gonna say, honestly, I feel like this is kind of like finish, really. Is there anything else? Yeah, really, it's just kind of that. Yep. Awesome. It's basically there. Now I can make the motors. Motors. Well, not really, because I think the beam distance joints are wrong. This also just seems like, I think it only looks unstable because the whole thing can't rotate. So it looks really, really terrible. Oh, is this in like a weird state right now? Ooh, it's in like a messed up state. I need to figure out what that is. Because this is like really strongly pushing back. Yeah, when it shouldn't be doing that. I really don't know what that is. It must be related to the joint. The specifically that femur joint is I fixed it by like hitting it harder and then it like I don't know, it's like a weird thing where it like snaps out of place or something. It might just be a good idea to like reset the lambda if possible. I don't think I can even do that. Sorry, I missed this message. Is there something weird if I compile llama? Dude, what? What do you mean something weird? Of course it has to use a lot of RAM for CPU. Your GPU has RAM built into it. So if you're looking at your computer RAM, then obviously disabling GPU RAM moves that onto your CPU, moves that onto your main like RAM sticks you have. Your GPU contains RAM. That is not reported normally. Okay, I'm gonna go grab food. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. I'm pretty sure integrated GPU is still, it still has RAM in it. It doesn't change. That is like what the card is. It's the CPU and the RAM part always. No React content, probably for the best. No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to say that I don't want to get mad. And usually seeing the work done in the game industry just makes me upset. Oh, like marketing stuff. I'm like, what do you mean live action cinematic? Marketing. Right. Oh yeah, the ODST one. I did see this one. This one I've seen. I wonder if they ever considered like doing live action cutscenes for a game. I feel like that could only really work if your game looks close enough or there's a certain style. But I guess then you would just have like, you would just be wearing suits and record and then load it into the engine as animations. I guess I'm trying to think, like, could there be a cool use or a cool way to integrate filmed media as a in-game cutscene? I guess it works if it's like a clip, but it's not really the main action. Like like Call of Duty would use real news. Real like news media in like cutscenes sometimes. Make the TV show like this. Well, they did make not the TV show. They made I don't know what it is.
Rated M for mature.
The movie is really nice. One of their movies that they did, like probably even the first movie that they did, was really good. Alan Wake to use live action cutscenes. Really? I guess in some places then I forgot it. But I think most of the cutscenes are in-game. Wait, this guy's name is Tarkov? Oh, he says his name too, Do they have subtitles? Can I actually know what they're saying? No, unfortunate. $360. What the fuck is wrong with these guys? Like, can we just make some aliens? Like, they just want to make... They don't want to make aliens, man. Why are these so low resolution, by the way? This isn't even ODST. This is just straight up Halo 3 brute. Dude, holy crap. Look at these aliens, man. Look at these evil, angry looking aliens. And look at this guy. Who is that? Holy shit. They got hair all over him. They got crazy teeth. You're like, damn, this guy would mess me up. This guy would literally chomp my head off and swallow it whole. Like, dude, this guy would kill you. And what's this guy gonna do? What's he gonna do? What's he doing to you? He's gonna give you a big wet kiss. That's what he's gonna do. God. No, I'm saying this is good. I'm saying these guys have made a freaking alien here. Look at his mouth. That's crazy. This is like a monster. This is a monster coming after you. You don't want to see that. This is good. Is wet necessary? Yes, dude. Yes, it is. It's the hyperbole. I need hyperbole. You don't want to have, like, you do not want this guy near you, right? A beast. He's literally just a beast coming after you. Like, dude. They turn them into freaking people, man. Why'd they do that? Why'd they make the brutes look like people? With a crazy nose. With a Voldemort nose. They made a person with Voldemort nose. "3 years ago? A gentleman of culture, we meet again." Xbox Canada 20K. Yeah, I mean, you don't really have a reason to subscribe to them. The Renaissance funeral was the last thing that we'll ever flinched at. They don't care. They show up, they clock in, they check their list. They go home. And then they probably watch something very degenerate to top it off. What you eating? Chicken and ham sandwich. Swiss cheese, onions, pickle, spinach, mayonnaise. All that. And then I have a cookie. Cookie's just there. Yeah, I'm gonna eat it after I finish the sandwich. Sandwiches are like the best thing. They hit everything. They hit the whole food pyramid. I guess except for fruit. I don't have fruit. Asset flip meal. I do still think I may need to figure out a lighter bread option. A cookie after just leave the weird taste in your mouth. It's a homemade cookie. And they're good. And I have water. Snickerdoodle. Which I think is just cinnamon. Yeah, it's just adding cinnamon. Close those. No black suffer on top of it like the cartoons. What does that mean? What is black suffer? Like burned? What do you mean? Stuff. Black stuff. Sigh. What are you talking about? Fake American. Okay. It happens. I've probably done exactly that on stream. The dog is taking the long nap. If you know what that means. The sleep that you don't wake up from. I buried him 2 days ago. Thanks. Go on archive and read the Baroque manga. Like the game? Yeah, the dog was having issues for I guess like 3 to 4 months. Just like we think it was cancer. So they made a manga after the game. No, he looks heavy. Yeah. It was he would be fine and then he would be not fine. So yeah. That's why I didn't stream that day. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. It's alright, Yulia. It was gonna come up eventually, right? Yeah, we have him buried outside the backyard. Had the family get together and help. So it was, I guess, as nice as something like that could be. 9,000 24-hour peak. That sounds better. Is that better? That sounds better. Or not really. Wait, what? When did I see this? Because I think I remember saying, yeah, I remember saying like, oh yeah, it was free weekend, and then it went straight back to exactly where it was before. But actually it didn't. It stayed a little bit higher than it was. But I guess now it's back to what it was before. Like I said, I thought better because I was like thinking about like 5,000s, but I guess I was wrong. That's what its peak was months ago. I say months ago. A month ago. They just need to make a different game. You literally need to like totally 100% pivot. Marathon. Totally 100% pivot. I was gonna say I can't read Japanese, but it's actually in English. Okay, well that's neat. That is neat. I will probably never read that, but neat. My take on the art style of Marathon. I think it's cool, and I think they should have hired the person that they just stole the style from. They should have just hired that person. As far as I'm aware, they never did. There's a great, like, quote someone said, where they're like, what do you mean reference? That person is your art director. Because that's just how much they ripped it off. They literally like popped open someone's, I don't know what site that they upload their art to, but they basically opened up their profile, they hit save, and then they put that as their whole art style. It's not even like inspired. It's just literally every aspect of it. Oh, it was just like a couple assets. There's the entire art style. The whole art style was someone else's. They paid, well, because they actually did steal, they did literally steal one-to-one some of her art. So At the very least, that did happen. But she should have been hired, not just like, oh, sorry, we literally criminally stole your work and passed it off as our own, so we pay you off. It's like, oh, you are the art director for this game. Okay, we're gonna hire you. You can work for us now. We'll pay you the big bucks. But I don't know. I don't know if they would even take it. Like, they don't have a... They're not obligated to take that work. I feel like I would probably say no as well. I'd be like, no, dude. Like, you're just sick. You're sick in the head for doing that. I don't want to work for you. But if it was like, hey... If it was like years ago, hey, we like this style so much, we actually just want to hire you to literally make this the look of our game. You'd be like, all right, yeah, sure. It's not bright enough. What am I doing? I think I said I was going to clean up, do more cleanup for like the resources. But I don't know. Because there is still like room to make those resources a little bit more condensed. All right, I'm on the motors. Motors, just close all. And then chain art. Well, justice comes more in the form of the studio going away. That's where the justice is. Because the public just needs to be like, yeah, this is bad. I'm not going to support the game. Some people could make the argument, oh, that's just like one individual probably that they hired who did that. You gotta vet the people working on your game. All of them. Especially ones who are doing visual things that you can see with your eyes. And you should be hounding them too. You should be like, hey, we're not doing AI generative stuff, right? We're not stealing our work, right? Like, I need a time lapse of every single piece of art you're making. Practically. They need to have good history of not just ripping other people's work off. If you're like making a game with an art style, you should be literally seeking out the person who has the art style you want. So if it's just like this crazy cool art style has just appeared, you gotta say like, okay, who is it from? Who at our company is the person who's doing this? And where did they get it from? Otherwise, it's like they're obviously just taking it from somebody else. Can't understand content vaulting for Destiny 2. The size excuse just makes the players partially down the phase they're in. Well, I think what happened is like a lot of the like days one content is no longer playable. It's actually gone. It's out of the game. Because I remember Red and I were playing that, and we were doing like the original. What we were playing was like the original whatever story. I was paying attention because honestly, it wasn't even none of it was compelling. It was just it really just felt like kind of mindless stuff. Engine update. I believe they said it was because of the amount, the download size, was it? I don't know if that could be part of it, but I heard that the reason was the game is just actually like way too big. And it was at the point where they had. Hang on. It was just at a point where they had to slim it down. They had to delete stuff from the game. Can they just make it partial? They could. They 100% could. Because that's how MCC works. Every single one of those games is split into the core and the multiplayer. So the core is you're downloading all the main assets, you're getting the campaign, missions, all that. And then the multiplayer is all the multiplayer maps. And yeah, all the multiplayer maps. They definitely could have. They just didn't feel like it. It was just simpler to just delete it. And I mean, you could even say it was at the point where most people who were probably downloading it were not first time players. It was probably most downloads were probably players coming back to play new content. So it's probably likely that even most people who were playing the game at the time and downloading it were just simply not engaging in, like, I don't know, whatever tens of gigabytes of content was in the game. So it's like, all right, we're just gonna get rid of it. Wonder Justin died. I think that did hurt. That was a big hurt to it. Because at least for a period, anyone who was like considering going to play it was like, oh, they're gonna get rid of it? Never mind, I won't. And so they just don't. And then also I feel like it's a really obvious thing for some people when they come back to a game that's like that big to just start over. And so that probably killed a lot of people who may have been coming back just to start over and play through it again. See the first important half of the story. Yeah. I mean, I think that's just like a file size problem. They should have figured out a way to reduce the size of the game without removing content. They could have made like a huge part of that would definitely be models, meshes, and textures. It's like probably the majority of the game. They could have also made it so that you just download low-res textures. So when you are going to play it, you pick what resolution textures you want to run at, and it tells you how big the game download is going to be. And then you can get that. And yeah, the same way with that, where you can just download certain map areas or missions or things like that. like chunks of it and pick what you want to play. So when you're done playing the beginning of the game, you can just uninstall that. So they're adding a new non-extraction mode for Marathon. Roguelike levels. Horde shooting. So you reach the compiler. I mean, they reached the compiler. Okay, I need to get motors. It's motor time. Bone rotation. Bone pose rotation. Ah, yeah. I remember now. Now I remember where this whole journey started of the custom IK, because I realized this was bricked and terrible and doing all the wrong things. Right, I'm actually looking for... What am I looking for? Setup. Update. Bone rotation, bone rest. And then I take that and I transform it. Or I take this and transform that by the bone rest. Offset basis. Why do I do that? Set bone pose rotation. Oh, well then this is correct, right? Yeah, I take the rest and I... So I'm just going to make this one line, I think. But by one line, I mean like 4 lines. You just started this. Yep. So the bone rotation is going to be the rest multiplied by the offset. Whoa. Okay. So then the on pose finalized. I don't worry about that. Set up motor velocity. So I take what are these two numbers again? Bone rotation, bone pose rotation. Right, so I take setup motor velocity is just here to calculate a target rotation, right? The rotation we want to go to. Where are we at? Where do we want to be? Where we want to be, I think, is actually just the bone pose, right? I could track it as... Does it make sense to use it as an absolute value or a relative value? I guess the way that I use it is the relative value. So I have a relative change, and then I have... Yeah, I think that's what I should do. I should just calculate the relative change here. So target rotation error is going to be, let me document that. So bone rotation. I think I was saving this just to see. But yeah, I think what I mean to do here is I mean to just obtain this value and get that relative to this value, and that's the change in rotation. Let me think about that. Because what am I doing? The offset is where we are in real space. And then well, it is actually specifically this. This is where we were. And then when I come back, this is where we want to be. So let me actually say... Let me just say that. The bone rotation delta should be the difference between end minus start, right? So if the end, if it was A minus B, A is the end, B is the start. A minus B becomes B inverse. There it is. And then here, this can just be bone rotation delta. Front to left leg, so if I push in, whoa. That just snapped really hard. Okay, good thing is I'm still basically only seeing the x-axis have any, and these are in degrees too. So this is even... Oh no, this is in... Yeah, this is in degrees. So even the highest value I've seen so far is like... 1/100th of a degree. 2/100ths of a degree. 3/100ths of a degree. Super, super small. This is almost 1/10 of a degree. No, this would be like 1/100th of a degree. Or 9/100ths of a degree? Wait, what am I thinking? 10/100,000. 9/1000ths of a degree. 2/1000ths of a degree. It's really, really small the whole time. So that's awesome. I think the extension lengths need to be fixed. I didn't really fix those. So let's do that. I think since they already exist, I should only have to just go like here and then change the extension lengths. The freaking stupid ass orthogonal thing. Oh, man. Alright, but in order to see this, I do have to... I mean, I guess what I really mean to do then is to kind of... Yeah, like kind of test this, right? So if I say this bone joint can rotate lower angle, which one is which? So if I'm rotating the x-axis, I look here. And then upper is counterclockwise, lower is clockwise. Other way around. For this, upper is clockwise, lower is counterclockwise. So upper clockwise 32.5 degrees. So I will rotate 32.5 degrees. Approximately. I can make it exact by configuring the snap. Now, if I were to turn on debug, how could I reconfigure this? How can I make it reconfigure right now? I think if I just change any setting, it'll do it. Yep. Okay. So here's the current beam span. So I want to copy 1.1784. I'll just write it down. Oh, it's getting warm. 1 second. Yeah, that's fine. Nope, gotta open this. Just got warm really fast. Yes, that's 1.1784, and then I will use undo to bring this back, and then I say This can rotate 52.5 degrees the other way. And then I make it snap. And this is 1.6481. So my idea is that I want to make this, I don't think I want to make it the exact same. I think I want to make it a little bit shorter than the motors can go, because that's kind of like the point of it, right? You don't want your motors to be over rotated, so you have these like more rigid things in place to prevent that from happening, to catch it just a little bit early. So what I will do then in that case is I might even say to come back like 2 degrees maybe. So if it's 51.5, 52.5, I'll go to 50.5 and see what that value is. Or maybe just whatever the length is plus like a few centimeters or something. .6409. .6409. Yeah, let me turn this on first so I can see it. And this was 32.5. And then I would go back 2 degrees. So let me actually try that again. 30.5. 1.1902. Okay, so for maxed extent, 2 degrees kind of changed nothing. Or for the out, 2 degrees kind of changed nothing. For the in, it changed it by over a centimeter. So maybe I just say 1.5 centimeters. Wow. Dang. Sorry. Horrible sounds. I think I definitely probably don't drink enough water. It's actually probably true. All right. They're adding a 6 to GTA 5. Huh. Interesting. Can I figure out what these angles are from here? I guess I can report the angle off body A, right? Hello, Henry the Sniper. Yeah, because essentially this angle on A is sort of the difference, right? Could I make it so that beam joint listens to transform changes of its parent and then updates that? Godot is the best engine ever. Well, I like it. But I also have some issues with it. Yeah, I think I want to change this so that because this would be nice. Because if I can report things live as it goes. Logo trend, is it just this? How does it know? Transform changed. When this node's global transform changes. If is transform notification enabled. Okay, so maybe what I do is when I turn on debug, I set that, and when I turn it off, I set that. Does update joint handle debug? It does do debug. So debug draw points. What? Sub goal? What? What sub happened? There is no sub. Why did that just pop up? That's odd. There is no sub. Unless that's like a, I guess it's like, oh, you did, okay. Hey, Alchemy, thanks for the sub. It doesn't tell me that, so I didn't know. There's no share for it. Thank you. If not hint, we stop. Oh, I guess I can actually just say that, can't I? I can probably just say that. Enter tree, if I'll just do notify set notify transform. What's the default? What's the property? There is no property. Okay, I think I guess it's off by default. Do I? Can I just call it directly? I think I only want to call it if I know that I will be changing them. Okay. So now, I don't think it does it. Yeah. I think I'm not saving. Okay. Apparently I already saved it. Wait, so these are... The bounding box is there. Why is the bounding box there? Weird. Wait, that is actually extra weird. Why? Oh, is it like the length isn't being recalculated, so it doesn't know where to place them? Yeah, the beam span is not being recalculated. Alright, I'll just say update joint instead. I'll do that. Queue and update joint. I was learning about guns to make them for my game. They're so interesting. Can't believe they kill people. Then what am I doing? What am I doing right now? These markers are also not repositioning. Why are they not repositioning? I probably have to do that or something. No. It's so weird because this bounding box is updating. Why is it that I click don't save and it actually saves it? I'm so confused. This is so strange. Condition is inside tree is true. What? What? Condition is inside tree is true. Oh, I know what line it is. Node 3D 1302. Is this like being overwritten? And how is it not in the tree? Because I'm calling it from enter tree. That's calling from enter tree, which means it's in the tree. Maybe I need to say like marker update gizmo. Because I can see that its bounding box is like rescaling, but it's the gizmo's not changing its render location. There we go. Okay. Great. Then they are adapted for other things. Okay. I'm not so sure. Also, this is really strange. I feel like this has the wrong rotation. Should that not be out like 45 degrees? I'm gonna check to see if this transform's definitely changed, but I'm gonna fix it. Node and name femur. Oh, I guess it would be that. Front left chain. Front left chain. Oh, the base is like exactly the same actually. That is precisely the same. Really? We're doing this dumb thing again where we're changing all the... We're rounding the very final digit for some reason. On exactly one of these values that's definitely just supposed to be 0. This is definitely just supposed to be 0. So then I'd like the beam joint to also display the body A rotation. Whoa. I really want this to display as like a positive and negative value. So when it's ready for the first time, it's going to calculate it. Like when it enters the tree, I guess. Every time it enters the tree, it's going to save its current body A rotation. I'm trying to figure out how I can mark that. I could just simply store it as like a zero quaternion and then change it to the first non-zero quaternion that I get. But I think that doesn't work with snapping very well. It'll always be off by like a half degree or something. I think a quaternion by default has a W of 1. Yeah. So by default it has a W of 1. So I guess I can just set that to 0 and then compare it to 0. Might have Todd's chess club, who's laughing now. Yeah. That is very funny. And then it reinitializes it to 1. Yeah, but as long as it will just sit there and... Okay, that's the idea. So I want a beam angle. And it will be a vector 3. Yeah, it'll be a vector 3. No. Because quaternions are weird. Yeah, I think specifically what I would be looking for is wow. I've just totally lost it. I would like to see these on their axes, but not as like an ordered thing. So if I display this, I'm like, okay, here's the roll. Here is the yaw. Here's the pitch. All of that. I don't want to say like, here's all angles together at this moment. Or I don't know, maybe that would work. Maybe that would be maybe that would be fine. Sure, I'll just do it all. I might even say like if you change the visibility, that's like a way to clear it or reset it. Yeah, because what I do here is I always just call update joint. Which I don't know if I really like that. I guess it could be update joint with some parameter that's like the initial construction or something. Also, just notice this is inside tree. So how does this enter the tree before its children enter the tree, causing what I was doing before to break? Oh, how does that work? Yeah, I'll just make it be like when it loads, it saves it, and then it stays at 0. Or this beam angle is just, yeah, okay. And in fact, I want to put this here. All zeros. Yeah, okay. Beam angle will be And it's actually going to be really complicated to calculate that. So um yeah, this is fine. Is there a way to make a basis out of only zeros? Whatever. How would I no, how would I do this? I was thinking at like for each of these axes I'm gonna do something. So like to get the Y rotation separated out, it doesn't work. It wouldn't work in the X. I mean, okay, I'm just thinking about the fact that the Y and the thing are made different. Okay, I'm just gonna print out a single angle value, just the angle. and not nothing else. Just a single angle value. I mean, maybe it does always work. Yeah, they should have calculated. Though it does suck because I can't leave this open to see it. I'd like to leave it open so I could see it. Wouldn't that be cool if I could lock one of these so I could keep this open? Then I can go click and edit something else. Why is it not updating? And then it's a radiance. So it should be at 0 here. And then if I rotate down, 32.5. It's definitely 32.5, right? Yeah. Now what's the angle at? 33.4 degrees. Okay. So then that means I have to support. This would be like. Ooh. This angle is a bit different, I think, because it's kind of measured from here. Or it would be like if I were to move it on top of that and spin it that way. So when I spin, this is a clockwise rotation. if I look at it from the correct direction, which is over here. This is a counterclockwise rotation from this side. Counterclockwise is upper, so this needs to be at least 34. Well, I say at least. This could probably just be 33 degrees. And then I can look at the lower and see what the lower gets to. Two and a half, and 52 and a half. And this says 45 degrees. Really? Okay. So then I might say 44 degrees. So this would be like a clockwise rotation. All right, cool. Okay, rotate back. I guess, you know what, maybe, I don't know, maybe what I should really do is actually just look at the angle if I go 2 degrees less. So 50 and a half instead. And see what that angle is. 44. Okay. I mean, that one's going to be really close. 50 and a half. And then 30 and a half. This one's 31. So I'll say 32. So this will catch a little bit before, it should catch before the motor hits. And then I need to figure out, or not figure out, reset it. And then double check. Spot on. And then the extents now. So the beam span is default of 1.3804. And I think I probably want to go a centimeter less. 1.3804. What? That's exactly half? How does that happen? Interesting. All right. So the contract is going to be no. I actually want to read from this one, and then I want to go a centimeter less than that. So I want to say 19.19 for contract. And then for the extend, let me just write it the normal way. $2,677. So then I will say 2,577. And then apparently these are accurate only to that, which I do not like. The reason I can't be a little more precise than that. Still should go one more. Okay. So this catches a little bit early. Which I guess I need to click here and make sure these actually worked. Good. And then the angles and expand limits should be the same for all of these. The only difference between each of these tibias is this angle, which differs in like sign and direction for all of them. So let's check that. So this is able to rotate up 25 and 25 either way, right? It's kind of fun if that happens. So at 25, and then I can also want to measure yeah, I think I'm going to use the angle measure of 2 degrees less. Change this back to 1. .6824. And 17.8. And then I'll take this back 2 degrees. And measure this length. Well, this one's actually 16.3. I'll let you measure both. 6919. 5. 8631. And 16.7. Five 85. $15.4. I think I'm measuring that wrong. Or am I? Hey, these two numbers should be closer. Okay, so for the extent, yeah, I think I will just do it got longer. It got longer. Interesting. Um, I'm gonna guess that makes sense, right? Actually, yeah, that just totally makes sense. If I'm close and then I get further, then I get further, further, right? Okay. Yeah, because this one also got longer when I did that. Well, I mean, it's more like I'm subtracting a larger value, which means the. Why does this seem strange? This seems strange to me. There's a default length, and then I have values that add an extend and a contract amount. So from its default length, which is 1.38, I can contract up to, or I can contract down to 1.19. This doesn't mean the contract is 1.9, right? Is that what I said? Yeah, the contract is 1.9. Pokemon Game Studios. None Pokemon game has gameplay. Okay. What? Oh, I remember they're making like a different 3D game with Unreal Engine or something. Game Freak, is that right? Not the name of the game, the name of the studio. And then the expand limit would be taking the smaller number, or I guess the larger number, and then dropping it down. Yeah, okay. All right, default length. Default length is 0.7888. So this would be contract, which would be 1064. So I guess I would say 964. Oh, 964. Which should stop it early. Gameplay is forgettable. It's the first 2 minutes I saw. Yeah. Point 8631. And then expands up to 743. So I guess I say 643. Though this is the expand difference of 2 degrees. So I'll be doing more than 2 degrees. So maybe in this case I say a half. So it'd be 693. Oh, 693. So all the layups that Bungie had, Paul Insider survived them all? Interesting. Interesting. Well, typically, if you're going to be an insider, you do have to kind of be high up. Because there are tricks in how you share information to employees that you can, like, make it easy to figure out who has who could have leaked something. Because there'd be, like, fine details that would be different for everyone, for every individual person. Or at least, like, a group. So you could narrow it down to, like, some number of individuals. So in order for the company to not figure that out, then you kind of need to be on the inside of that. Yeah, I don't know who Paul Tassi is. But I know that generally leaks are like done because you don't like the type of stuff that is happening. So you want people to say it so that the public can then complain like, hey guys, we actually don't like it. It is a bad thing that you know you're doing. Yeah, we actually don't like that. So can you not do it? Right, and then the angles, I figured out that the angles would be either let me check that again. That would be like counterclockwise for the end. So counterclockwise is upper. So the last number is the upper. So I could say 15.5 and then 16.5. Maybe those are both fine. 15.5 and 16.5. 15.5. 16.5. Right, does this match up with the, no, this matches up with the expand. Hang on, I might have done this the wrong way around. 15.5 is for the expand, which is counterclockwise. No, I had that right. Okay, I was right. Okay, so every single one of these I need to change that setting. Back to this side. He was random journalist for different websites who also leaks, or always leaks from, always leaks from Bungie since this one, and so far they all turn out to be right. Got hired for Forbes. The meme is that his spy in Bungie keeps surviving the layoffs. Yeah. This like thing on my nail. There we go. It's off. It's been bothering me for such a long time. You don't know who Jason Schreier is? I know the name, but I don't know what that is. Is the CIA working for him? Gee, wait a second. Hang on. Let me look at this. Okay, I would keep going up. Accurate Insider. Okay. I just need to do 15.5, 16.5. Is that, or am I already wrong, actually? 16.5 and 15.5. 15.5, 16.5. Wow. What? 15, 16, 5, 6. The numbers are 5, 6 in order. 5, 6. Never said why they don't get sued for something. Well, it's because they don't sign the NDA. So they have no legal reason to keep a thing a secret. The employee who's leaking it is breaking the NDA. They could be sued. They could be punished. Yeah. And the back. Share these ones that I've already fixed. Okay. Save a few times. Make sure that's definitely save the resources. And now I need to copy over. I guess I just click copy. I don't have to literally copy it. And these ones should have the update already. Good. Copy that value. All right, cool. So have these then. Well, these always load from that. So I don't actually have to worry about it. So now I hit play and see. Yeah, so it really does not want to rotate at all. Yeah, it really does not want to do anything at all. So let me see if I think I can probably set this to be like disabled, just to see if it's this beam join. No. It's also possible that disable doesn't do anything. Or wait, what happened to Tarsus? What? Also, wait, this definitely isn't doing anything, right? Back over there. There's definitely no motors running. Yeah, there's definitely no motors running. Okay. I want to disable this one. Disabling may not actually stop it from being a joint, though. Yeah. Let's make it right doesn't stop it from being a joint. Alright, let me say down here, Q free. Okay, so it's definitely the beam joints somehow are not doing well. So I guess let me just see what this is then. And see why this might not be very good. Body A position plus body offset, body B position. Node A, node B. Wait, what? Node A, node. Distance joint add child. Ah, I think I see why. It's making it like it's a static distance joint. I think I broke that before. Can I instead say add sibling? Yeah, let's do add sibling. That would probably be better. Though, adding child... I'm actually going to stick with that child. I just need to make sure that these are better. So I have body A and body B. So instead I'm going to say, I've got to, I think I need to just make this a different function. Or I guess I can check if it's in the scene. And then do like a one-shot signal listen. Path to body A. Body B. And then here I will say distance joint ready connect oh man, I hate it so much. It's so stupid. One shot. And this will like, why does this have to be indented? It does. Why? So stupid. One shot. And yeah, I just want the parentheses. Is it tree entered? We should do tree entered. Yeah, let me say that. Or actually, ready is probably best. It still does not like to press that. Okay. Up one, up one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's right. And the anchors are correct. I don't get it. Also, I just want to make sure that exclude nodes from collision is not turned on. And I think I also want to make sure that myself is also off. That's just not what I copied. I definitely like right-clicked and click copy, right? I definitely did that. I don't get it. Is there a bug with this? Is there a bug with it right now? Caused by something else? What's all the options? Get applied force? Can I see that? Can I just print that? Can I just save it every frame? So that just ran for a second. Okay. Gotta put a breakpoint so I can see it. Zero. It's at 0 right now. Where is it? You're killing me. Oh, it's on the beam joint. Never mind. Right. It's on the beam joint. Seriously? You're telling me that's applying nothing? You say that's doing nothing? Okay. Let me see if this is executing. Okay. Let me see if this is executing. Yes. Right away. Is the tibia beam applying something? I think that is the one that I was looking at. Okay, so I didn't see this one show anything. So what about this one? You're applying no force, you say? Is that right? Are these being forced apart? I think those are being forced apart. Why are those being forced apart? No, if there were collisions, it would be showing them as markers. They don't really look detached, but they kind of look like they're detached. But I guess not. I guess I do get global point and see. Get applied force. Could I just do like... get applied force here? And see if this is just the one that's doing it. Wait, bone joint? Which bone joint is applying force there? Because I basically touch it. And it's immediately applying a really high force. All of them are applying an excessive force. The tarsus... Though I see the tarsus the most. So is it just like these... What? Why don't these have that? Yeah, why don't these have that? Wait, why don't they have that? That's weird. Because if I turn off... If I turn off the custom parts... Do I have like some kind of return or something? Does this not get called when I start? What? That doesn't get called when I start? Because this is the only place this happens, right? That's so weird. They have the value here and then they get cleared when they start. How do they get cleared? Oh, what the fuck? How are they getting cleared? How are they getting cleared? Because they're set here, does bone joint not exist? Okay, where should this be getting called from? Who should be calling this? Not build part. Connect resource. No one calls it. Then I don't understand. Why is it applied here, and when I start, it goes away? Or did I just not look at it correctly and it is there? No, it is there. So why is it... refusing to do anything? Is it the motor? It's the motor, isn't it? No, it can't be the motor, because if I turn off the beam joints, then it works. But with them on, it won't rotate at all. So it's specifically... In fact, it's specifically when this exists, right? If I were to just always return here, then this works. No? Okay. So what if I go up here and I don't do anything at all? And now it's like really, really bad. Okay. If I do Q for you down here. So the mistake is where? Oh. What? What am I doing? Wait. Linear limits, XY plane. Let me just double check all of this. XY plane is free movement. And then the Z plane is restricted if no yaw is allowed. So linear is all free. It's these, isn't it? These are actually causing the problem. It is. Is it? There's definitely an issue with, I think, just this one in general. It has a problem. Okay. And I can't view them. So, alright, let me open these back up. Oh, and it just showed them for me right away. Okay, so let me check the linear limits. So the Z plane is restricted here, which is supposed to be like left and right, which I've definitely tested it before, and this was all good. So this is a recent change. That one, I mean, I guess I can like turn it off and see. Yeah, so it's still not that. That one's just insane. So none of those, none of the motors are on. No springs are on. Those don't do anything. Angular limits. So the X is allowed to rotate. These are not allowed to rotate. This is supposed to be the Z that rotates, right? I have the wrong thing. Okay. So that's what this is. I have the wrong thing. The Z is supposed to be rotating. The X and the Y are not. So I think that it should just be as simple as me going through here and changing these to the roll. Silly me. I guess I can check. Yep. Right, yep. So all the tarsus are shared. These Was that it? It actually is just the Tarsus then? Great. One mistake. All right. Hide them again. And then the printing here. Why does get nice path start with characters instead of crawlerbot? Oh, I guess it would be edited scene root then, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Of course. Or just this. Yeah, the scene. Okay, wow. Damn, I did not get to the motors. Eventually. Eventually. Oh, jeez. Again, please. Why do you do that? Why are you doing that? Literally, what are you doing? Hello? It just gives up. It just gives up when we're not fast enough. All right. Well, a little bit of work, I guess, was done towards the motors. I kind of just got stuck on like a bug there. Stupid leg targets are moving again. Are we sure about the leg targets moving? Seems like it. Let me actually just click through these and Why are they all slowly scrolled down? Oh, well, okay, that fixed it then, I guess. So if I were to then reload the scene and then hit save, and then go back to being moved. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Godot. Very cool. Did these transforms actually change? Nope. A single number changed. I just know that I was moving the front ones, so the front left ones. So I'm just gonna look at it just to be sure. The angles are almost identical. That I need to fix. Or actually, I think I probably just need to rebuild. Because when it makes these, they should have this turned off. And yeah, this should be turned off. And this should be turned off. Because it is not necessarily true that these ones should be contributing to that. Yeah. So I'm going to hit rebuild. No errors. Good. I pressed A. I don't know if I did anything. Hit save, and then every single one of these node IDs are going to change. Yep. And all the beams should say exclude nodes from collision as false. Because they should not be doing that. That should be the bone joints and the physical skeleton doing that. But do I need to... Yeah. To reload and hit save to get these transforms to update to their stupid versions. There we go. All the transforms to update to their stupid versions. Almost all of them. Like, it's literally just the fact that it saves these values and it loads them differently. Like, that's all this is. It has the number in memory, it writes it to a string, and then that same string does not produce the same value. How? How do you fail at that? What's the code here? It's just kind of nothing, really. Should I even send that? I will. Alright, well, I'm wrapping it up. Tarsus, and then the 4 beams, and the 4 tibia beams. Not sending that. Yeah, I need to clean that one up. I don't want to have this here, actually. I was just suspicious. You did it again? You just did it again. Oh my god. Really? So if I were to reload and save it again, holy fucking crazy pills, it keeps changing it. How many times do I need to do this? Wait, now it's stopped. Wait, what? It just got rid of it. Save. Reload. Save. And now they're back. Okay, so what if I click to project list, open, and then I hit save. Oh my god, it's done it again. Can we fucking stop? What are these? Front left chain, front right chain, Tarsus. What is wrong with these specifically? There's a scale thing happening. Is that it? A scale thing. So if I hit reload saved scene and I hit save, are you gonna change it again? Even more has changed. This one actually changed a lot. Why? Why did that happen? Okay. So where I set basis, global transform, teleport to bone, activate. So that doesn't work, by the way. This transform and then setting the scale does not work. Godot, you're horrible. You're terrible. How many times do I need to do this before you're like settled and you can write a fucking number correctly? How many times does this have to be done? It's fucking changed again. Back to the Tarsus parts changing. I'm gonna fucking lose it. If they didn't have, I bet if they just didn't have this like wild, insane novel, like, I don't know, like math paper, the best conversion, even though it can never load the number correctly. Somehow. It never actually can load the same number that it writes. Or I don't know, there's like a load and it like does some math and the math is like like bad or something, and then it saves the bad math. Like, what am I supposed to do here? This continuously changes. It keeps jumping back and forth. It keeps changing. It's like specific. It looks like this digit right here. This is going from a 9 to a 9.5, and same with this one. This is going from a 9 to a 9.5, and it keeps toggling back and forth. So if I were to hit reload and then save again, that just goes away. It does. Godot. And I don't think I've even stumbled upon like the perfectly optimal, like the menacing float that it just can't parse correctly. The parser just doesn't work, I think. Because of this complexity thing that they've added on top of it, they can't guarantee. They actually makes it very hard to guarantee without testing literally every possible float that it can write and read. It can write a value and then read back precisely the same value. Save and go to sleep. Here's the problem, man. Every time I save it, the file changes. Every time I save it, it changes. And this is so annoying. And I can't exactly correct it. It's Tarsus front left, front right. Maybe I can try to figure out some way to make this stop happening. By like slightly moving it or something. If I set the scale. I'll try it both ways. I'll save it like this. And then I will reload. Because it could be possible that that was the bad one. And then I hit save. And it's changed back. It's this number again. Going from a 9 to a 9.5. Alright, what if I go to basis and I typed in 0 right there? What if I did that? Then I went back to this and then I clicked reset on that. And I hit save. Has this possibly fixed that one? Maybe. It's a different value now. Reload, save. Okay, so now the Tarsus beam joint wants to change. Oh, it just made those zeros. You know what? That's perfectly fine. Okay, but the left one is still broken. All right. So I might have fixed it. I go to basis. I make that 0. I go back to Euler. I click reset on scale. I hit save. Reload saved scene. Hit save again. Get diff. Add. Reload. Save. It stopped happening. Reload project. And I'll hit save. Heroin. If Godot just wasn't a little bit more simple, a little bit like just a small amount simpler, I wouldn't have my files changing, literally opening the project every time consistently because it can't do things correctly. White House? I have to see this. Will Twitter let me see it? What in the fuck? Why do they do that? Literally, why do they do that? Why would they do this? I'm not putting it on stream though. Why would they do this? Beam initial orientation for the angle. That's still useful. Exclude from collisions. Setting those. Beam angles. Update gizmos. Modified that. Okay. Right, anything else I don't want to send? I think there's nothing else. Git status. Dude, they hired like a it's like the social media managers for fast food restaurants. They got one of those guys. Okay. Git. Fix yeah, fix beam joints. Fix beam joint settings and distance node. What else was this? Also do what? Also, I forgot. What did I do? What did I change on crawler character and part 3D? Part 3D was just a little bit of motor progress. Crawler character, I changed. What? Yeah, I don't remember. What did I change? I changed a print. Of course. All right, that's it. Okay. Cool. All right, well, that's it. That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Definitely 100% doing, finally making the thing move its legs. Totally 100%. Right. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.